Okay, good afternoon all. Hope everyone is well. Karina, good morning to you. Daryl, how you doing? And Sig, is that Sig? Yes, Sig. Excellent. Okay, so I marked a trade here. I didn't take it. Obviously, I can't trade till a couple of minutes after the market opens, but I like the fact we had a nice channel down there. Clearly a triple test, and it worked well. So let's kind of see how we get on today. I think there's a good chance we make this measured leg. We are kind of struggling to push up at the moment, so I think it's a good chance we come down. So Exponential, how you doing, buddy? So let's see what kind of day we have today. I have just picked up one evaluation at the moment. The resets, I've got 19 accounts, as you know. The resets are $40 at the moment, which is only just over 80, but just under 80% off, so they're not too bad at the moment. So I've just picked up one now. What I might do is just trade it on this account up here. I think I will. So market is open.
Order filled.
See if we get that pushed down. I think it's likely we do. It's all right if you did hear an order. It's just on an evaluation I got here. That's all.
Stop filled.
Okay, quick $1,700 on that eval. Yeah. You can see it there, can't you? Yes, just one eval just on my other chart. I like the fact that we'd had, I'll just show you quickly, we'd had two pushes up. It was a hidden second entry short, and just down to the bottom I got out of the lows there, so it's quick $1,700. As you know, I got 19 at the moment, so I thought I'd just, well, they're cheaper at the moment, I thought I'd just pick off quickly. So what I might do quickly is switch on to the NQ for the rest of that. Tends to make it a bit quicker. So 6, bear me 1 second. Customs, so let's whack the stop up. It's just over half, isn't it? So if I do it at about 30, 33, that should be enough, I think. Just get this one done, I think. Speedy, how you doing? How you doing, mate?
Order filled.
Oh, it's just gone against me. Ah, oh, you idiot.
Order cancelled.
Oh, how silly. How silly. All right, I was up 1,700 now. I just blown it. I just saw this looking like it was going to push down, so I jumped in. Well, it did work. Not before coming back and stopped me out. Oh, well, it happens. That's what happens when you trade them stupidly. Let's get back to how I'm supposed to be doing it. Oh, silly. Just goes to show, doesn't it, how something can turn. So let's put that back to 27. Okay. Let's just make sure they're still showing us, so I'll just disconnect quickly. And then reconnect. Trouble is, when you go on to the NQ, it goes a lot quicker. Let me just delete that now. Bear me a second. What am I doing? Why does it still show? It was a reset account. So what account was it? Let me have a look. Wasn't that one, was it? Remove account. Okay. That should sort it out. Okay, let's just check everything's opening like it should.
Order submitted.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I'm waiting for a payment on one, so I'm just not trading that one today.
Order cancelled.
Everything's working as it should. Excellent. So I was looking for a second entry short here, just down to that area there, which we didn't get. So we got no news today that I can see. I did have a look on Forex Factory just to check. So we got nothing. It is flickering around here. So is there something larger? Not so sure about that. Ah, funny enough, Dan's just done that, so maybe he's thinking. He did mark that one as well, so maybe there is something larger. Doesn't look terrible, does it? Okay, so down to that measured leg. Actually, he's put it to here now. To there. What does that look like? Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. We've got 2 legs down, 3 attempts to go up, and that's when it drops off. So yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? So anybody watch Mac's video? He definitely had a bit of a rant yesterday, didn't he? Anybody watch the live trades, did they? Hey Ben, how you doing? Those live trades. It's strange, actually. He went on so much about sticking to one point. Now, I don't know if you guys remember, but maybe 3 to 6 months ago, he actually came out and said, if you remember, that if you can only afford to go for 1 or 2 contracts, you need to go for more points, maybe 2.5 points. Does anybody remember him saying that? I remember it clearly. And then yesterday was going on about you need to take 1 point, anything more, and you're not paying attention. It's just strange. It's strange, isn't it? What I don't understand is he sees his trades every day, and he must see how many points these trades get. He did, didn't he? Yeah. How many? It's a bit odd, isn't it? Really, he gets into these little tangents, as he calls them, now and again, doesn't he? And he was on about you need to take 1 point, blah 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 blah. I actually think personally it's the worst thing to do. Now, if you're an exceptionally good trader, you're going to make money doing it. But you know, there was a bar yesterday which was 9 points. Now he specifically said that don't pay attention to the size of the bar. In fact, the bigger the bar, the better. But if you're risking 9 points to make 1, in my opinion, it's the worst strategy in the world. Now, granted, all bars aren't that, but it's not unusual to get a 6-point bar the way things are at the moment. But risking 6 to make 1, it's madness for me personally. Now, this is my personal opinion. I think he's been doing it for so many years. I think he is, yeah. It is my personal opinion. And I don't mean this as any way nasty to Mac. And I don't, because I think the guy's he's a lovely guy, thankfully. Long ago, I realise more experience to ignore a lot Mac said. Yeah. And that, the same as you, we're not meaning it as a nasty criticism at all. But when you've been trading a while and you've been doing this style for a while, you do learn how things work. Now, I understand why he does what he does, because he's been doing it for so long. He doesn't know any different. And if it works for him, you know, I get why he doesn't change. But the reason I started eventually going from 1 to 2 points is I realised that taking a tiny amount, scalp of a point, which is that, all right, let's be realistic. Let's call it 1. Getting that tiny move off a decent quality signal bar seems madness when it goes that far and potentially down again. It just doesn't make sense to me. You know, it means, well, I'm not a fan of Mac. He's dangerous. I do think as a newer trader can get mentally destroyed taking a point. I'm surprised he still does it, but which is why I was so kind of relieved when he came out and said if you can only afford to trade 1 or 2 contracts, you need to go for more points. So, you know, I don't mean that nasty. You know, I think what Mac's done for trading to teach traders price action, okay, granted, you know, most of us go for more points, and that's fine. When you get a bit of experience in this business, you naturally find your own rhythm and your own way of doing things. But I think in today's markets, for instance, that I think was a nice triple test. Dan marked it. But if you took that triple test risk there, you are risking 8.25 points to make a point. If you said to a professional trader, I risk 8 to make 1, he'd say you were absolute mad. It was absolute madness. Now, if you've got a 97, 98% win rate like Mac has, then maybe, you know, just do things the way you do them. You know, I'm not going to tell you he's wrong, you know what I mean? But my personal opinion, now I know even Dan and Marco go for 6 ticks now. My personal opinion is the starting point is the starting place is 2 points minimum. Now you can adjust that slightly, but one thing I see is if the bars are bigger, all of them, it means your signal bar's bigger and your profit bar, you know, if you have a supermarket store, yeah, and you're buying baked beans in for £1 each and you're selling them for 1.50, if your beans go up by 1.50, your cost price, you have to put your profits up. You have to put your sell price. Otherwise, you're gonna buy yourself out of the business. Dan goes for 6 ticks and hasn't lost the trade since October. There you go. But even so, even going from 1 point to 6 ticks, you're still making 50% more profit. Do you see what I mean? So it's still worth doing. Absolutely worth doing. Now, the difference between a point and 6 ticks is a massive difference. Every second trade, you're winning 2 effectively. So we got a channel with a break and a new high, and quite a good rejection off this. Trouble is, it didn't break higher, which I don't think matters in all fairness, but, well, okay. That lag is just shot up. I may have been interested in taking a trade there, but as soon as that turned into 35 ticks, no. If you listen to me yesterday, it explains why Mark's up 20 plus trades a day now. He looks to see what trades takes the heat. Yeah, exactly. Bar signal bar. But took it, yeah. I didn't like the fact that it broke above there, to be fair, but I mean, even if you wanted to take that, it's massive. And not only that, we're near the lows, so it's just not worth it in my opinion. Even if that was a good signal bar, I mean, look, let's be realistic. It's about a 10-point risk. Do you want to risk $1,000 on that just to get that little bit of move that you don't know it's going to do that? Can't stand his videos, but I just check the daily chart. Yeah. I don't want to be nasty about Mac. I couldn't say nothing nasty about him, but just from a kind of professional point, things have changed. We know that. You've only got to be in this business for a couple of years and you know how it works. I'm not saying you're going to be a skilled chart reader, but you know how it works. You know how the business works. And when you've sat in front of these charts every day for me now nearly 4 years, and you see good setups move. Size down, small risk compared to recent days was moving my take profit further down. You have to really, it makes sense. If you've got an 8-point bar, if the average bar on here is 6 points, it doesn't mean your profit's going to stay the same. If your risk has gone bigger, your profits, if every bar moves more, it makes sense to put your profits up. It's common sense, really. I get why people get finicky about it and they still like to keep their 2 points or whatever. So, I understand that. But, if your cost price goes up, you have to put your sell price up. Otherwise, you're selling yourself short, really. I actually don't think that's an overshoot because I think it's working along that midline quite well. So I'm going to leave that like that. How long does it take to get payout approved by Apex nowadays? I've had a payout approved in 4 hours and I've had a payout approved in 48 hours. Usually, I'm waiting for one now. I put it in last night. But usually within 24 hours. So it's usually pretty quick. What do you think about students' live trades from Mac's video? The one trade I wouldn't have taken, I think the first one, for me, it was a bit too far from that EMA. The stem pushed up and touched it, but I can't quite remember them. I was more focused on... I think, really, traders going for a point, it's a bit sad, I think, because you're going to get mentally crippled. This is interesting. Very tempted to go short here, but I'm going to hold on. And when I say short, I mean 2 legs up and a bearish bar. There's a higher low there, but this here is quite far from that EMA. So I expect it's probably going to go up a bit more. Yeah, so I stayed out of that. This is the 1,000-tick chart, so now that's interesting. Trouble is we're still a bit far from that EMA, although we have triggered that, so maybe it's not terrible. It's 15 ticks. Because we're a bit too far from the EMA on here, I'm just going to sit out of this. It's probably going to work. I would be taking that below there, which is only 1.5 points. So it's only gone... You probably wouldn't have even got 2 points out there. It could come up and stop that, because look at this. So it, and not only that, it is a bit congested there, so... probably best to stay out of that. It may hold, but my guess is it probably won't. He means well, but he's deadly for neutralities. Yeah, I don't want to badmouth him or something, but I think you're absolutely right. And it's okay to have an opinion about someone without, without being nasty, and that's kind of not 1, 2, 3 possible triple test. That's not what I intend at all. I'm just going to move this out the way, so I'm hopefully now. There may be an overshoot there, but it is working along that midline. Yeah, he's just sort of in it. Now, bear in mind, if you look at some of his older videos, and when I say older, I mean go back 10 plus years, you will see him being able to take a trade, have a tick above the signal bar, tick below, and in a lot of cases, it's a 0.5 or 0.75. That makes sense going for a point. I get it. But things change, and things have changed, and you have to move with the times. But if it works for him and he makes a tidy profit, then there's no reason to change, for him. His older videos are way better. Yeah. So I'm going to sit tight here because there may be an overshoot. Let's have a look. I don't know about you guys. Do you think that's an overshoot or not? Let's have a look on Thomas Wade. Thomas Wade. No, he's took that down there. So 2 legs up, bearish bar. Lower, higher, I may have a go at. Just going to get
order
an order
submitted.
ready. It never wants to be wrong, yeah. Especially when he actually came forward and said, I don't know, it was about between 3 and 6 months ago that if you could only afford to go for 1 or 2 contracts, you need to go for more points because the maths doesn't work. And then last night he was talking, he was so adamant that you need to stick to a point. It's a bit weird, isn't it? So there's going to be some stops in there. You can bet your bottom dollar. Do I want to go short here? I'm just not sure. There's something about this that's making me a bit nervous. It is kind of sideways. There is kind of 2 legs up, but just not sure about this. It's just looking a little bit dicey to me now. Sideways, 2 legs up. It has triggered that bull bar. I was talking about one stupid trade risk 10 points. Yeah, I know. But saying it doesn't matter about the size of the signal bar, and the signal bar sometimes it's... No, it does matter about the signal bar. Crikey. Okay, I'm staying out of this.
Order cancelled.
That's just huge. We're nearly at the bottom. Yeah, I was thinking this may push down and stop below there and there, but 30 ticks. If you get that wrong, that'll cripple you. Not only but financially, but mentally. 30 ticks, tick above, tick below. It's madness, isn't it? How can you risk 8 to make 1? That makes no sense whatsoever. No sense. Is it going to work? Probably. It's kind of besides the point. So there's your point. You've got to push through to a 1.25. I mean, it hasn't triggered yet anyway, but why would you take such a tiny move? I wouldn't take that trade personally anyway. All right, it's made it, but I mean, that's where I'd want to go 3 points. Now, the fact that it's almost at the lows anyway for me is a reason why I wouldn't take it. Not only that, it's a bit stacked up and it's a little bit sideways. So it's not for me, that. What do you think about... yeah, I don't, especially when most trades in the room. tend to go for 10 points. Yeah. The trouble is, the longer you sit in front of these charts, the more you see when you get a solid setup. They go like crazy. It's really good, solid setup. So I think that was okay as a setup. But even just down before we had a pullback, had 12 points, 12 and a half points comfortably before we had a pullback. And even if you kind of followed it down bar by bar before you got stopped out, there's 9.5 points. Good setups, poor setups, they're going to get you into trouble. Now, granted, a poor setup may even go for a point, but if you're going for 3 points, you're making 3 times the profit. There is a lower high there, but in all fairness, we're into the lows. It's not worth it, in my opinion, there. Do I think it's probably going to come down? Yeah, probably, but one thing I do agree with him, you need space to get out before the lows, and that you haven't got it. Perfect entries and trades, yeah. I mean, initially when I first started watching Mac, I felt really inferior because I remember saying to myself, being frustrated because I can't see a dozen trades. But hey presto, all of a sudden, if someone hands you the chart in the days and say, you know, mark some trades, it becomes easy. It's a doddle. Poor setup, swing the needle towards pure gambling. There's no edge then. No, there isn't. Yeah, you know, one thing I've learned, it's why I take less and less trades. Since I've started taking less and less trades, I'm starting to make money. Ironic, isn't it, really? Less trades equals more money, because generally if you do take less trades, it means your discipline's pretty good and your patience is good. And really, obviously you need some skills as well, but if you've got good discipline and good patience, that's only going to lead to waiting for better setups, and in turn, you're going to win more trades. Wade says his runner stop gets him a lot less than 8 ticks. I used to watch Thomas Wade more. He used to post a lot of trades, and quite often I saw it go for 8 or 10 points, and he never used to move his stop. It used to take him out. And I kind of thought, if you're trading like that, you just might as well take the points. If you're going for 2 points to 10 ticks, which he usually does, you might as well take the profit, in my opinion. You know, unless we've got maybe a big downtrend or something like this, but you almost never get runners going for tiny profits. Not only that, see, is if I take 3 points, for instance, if I take this trade here for 3 points, now, if Matt gets in, let's just take this trade here. If Matt takes this, he's in for a point, okay? So if he gets in here, he's out the trade now, yeah? So straight away, what does he do? He moves his stop to break even. So it comes down here, pushes up, takes out his stop. If I go for 3 points, it comes down here, pulls back up, and takes me out there, yeah? Because I'm much further away, my runner then has got more chance of surviving. And look at that, it did, right the way down. So if your runner is much further away when you take your profits, it's got more chance of winning. Mac's runner would have fallen there. It would have come back up and stopped him out there. Mine would have still worked. So it's win-win for me. Excuse me a sec. Time I'm going to do this. Oh, sorry about that. I'm talking away then and realised my mic wasn't on. My apologies. My daughter had an appointment this morning, so what do you think about students' live trades yesterday from Max? They were good trades. Not sure if you already answers. I think I did. The first one. Let's just have a quick look at them again. It's this one, wasn't it?
Hey, it's Matt.
You just block off the sound. So, yeah, I wouldn't have taken that one personally. We've got a channel up. There is an overshoot there. Now, we've had 2 legs up. Now, looking for a trade around here, I would have been looking for. But we've had a good push down. We've got very close to these lows. So we got a channel up there with a break. I don't know. I'll be avoiding this personally. Let's just play it out if you can see it. Now, it did work, but it was only going for a point. So it's a bit too far from the EMA. You may have some buyers there, but not for me personally. I wouldn't have taken it, although it worked, because we got a channel up with a break. So, yeah, I mean, you could argue there's a break there. But after the overshoot, generally after an overshoot, and that does look like an overshoot and an attempt at a new low, I would be avoiding a short there personally. So for me, that one I wouldn't have taken. This one I would have done. I like that one. Now, that bar isn't fantastic, but I think it's good enough. Those types of trade usually work really well. 2 clear legs up. I see Dan taking lots of trades like that, so that one I would have done. So that one was okay. So I like that one. So the second one, that was the first one again, was it? Was it just 2 they showed? I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, so first one I wouldn't have taken. Second one I would have done. Dan likes those. He does, yeah. He likes those push up, right down, and it's kind of like this. It's very much like a correction, that type of thing, and then right over. So it was a leg with a break and clearly. Now, I took a correction the other day and it went wrong. So there's a correction there and a higher low, and it did push up for points, but it couldn't get up here. But the trouble is, these types of corrections work well. When they're like this, it's very easy to miss the fact that there's a channel up. Do you know what I mean? So that's the trouble. You can get stuck in a channel, whereas if you bring that second one over, it's just not really going to happen like that, a channel. It's too early for a channel like that. So that, which we just looked at, that second trade, push up, break, new high, big strong bull bar, bearish bar, trapping longs. That's the kind of where these are split apart. They tend to be so much more effective. So now there may. I'm just looking to see what people. So yeah, I've just looked at Dan's chart. There may be a small break there. Now I say may, it's only small, but I've been caught out on a bar like that, and to do this, yeah, it's just a bit unclear here. So there may be a break there. It's kind of like one push down, but it continued down in this top tier, so it's hard to say at the moment. But I'm just sitting tight here. Does look like there is a bit of a channel up there with a break and an attempt at a new high. So we may end up having a leg and it may continue down, but I'm not too sure really. But yeah, first one I wouldn't have taken. I just wouldn't have entertained it. Because it's so far from that EMA. All right, it's touched the EMA and come down. But no, I just tend to avoid it. I think we all have our kind of risk tolerance, don't we? There are certain trades. I don't tend to bother counting so much anymore. I just want to, every time you get into a trade, whether it wins or lose, you're looking at a picture. And when you've looked at a picture so many times, whenever you lose a trade, that picture sticks in your brain because you're invested in it and you're focused in it. And when you've been stung so many times, that picture kind of finally tunes in to a good looking picture. So whenever you see something, something in your head goes, I like that, I've had success with that, or there's something about that I don't like, it gives me a bad feeling. And that's just kind of experience and picking it up. So I just go for something I like the look of rather than counting so much. There's hidden second entries and stuff like that, which is, not technically by the book, but it clearly looks like 2 legs up, and that's more important, really. Legs, if you can sort of identify legs, same here, channel down, 2 legs up. Not a fantastic signal bar, but we're clearly struggling here, and look what happened, it came down. Same here as well. It is second entry long there because we've made a new, we got a new count here because of this, but just clearly 3 attempts. Even something like that wouldn't be terrible too. Not the greatest signal bar, but it never came back and got it. I get that wary feeling. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's kind of the same. I've got to be careful talking about women here because we have our little sister in here, don't we? Karina. So we gotta take care of her. So yeah, but you kind of get a feeling about something, don't you? I'm very tactful when it comes with women. I live with, 3 of them if you count one of the dogs. So you learn to be very tactful. Triple test happening here. Doesn't look like it, does it? See, if that's what I mean about that, it's a very small break and almost a new low straight away, and that doesn't often happen. But the fact is, we may have had a break already. I'm not convinced it is, and I may adjust it if it continues. If it does anything different. But yeah, Dan's got the same trade, possible small, so you've just got to be a bit careful here. But yeah, he marked that one, which I don't think was terrible. I like the fact that we triggered above that bar there, and it is off here. The trouble is it was 30 ticks, if I remember rightly, which, if the trade was spectacular, if we'd have had something like this, a big push up and a beautiful bearish pin bar, I may risk 6 points or something, but I don't know, channel down, 2 clear attempts. It did work, but it's just too much, I think, really. I think sometimes, if you know what you're doing, then, you can go for stuff like that. The only issue I have with that is it's a little bit congested. So after a possible break, I think it's probably best to avoid that. But if you look at that, see, you're going short right into these lows. It did come back, fortunately not enough, but it could have done. So for me, going short into support, you can see that support. So, even if you put that support somewhere around there, but you can clearly see there's support there. So for me, it's just not worth that. Now, Dan has marked it as a green. Whether he took it or not, I don't know. Now, you could take it an engulfing, which that would be better, but even so, it just doesn't strike me as a fantastic looking trade. He has marked it as green, so when you gonna I already have done, Paul. I'm on it now. 06. I did mine yesterday. As soon as I get a prompt, I usually do it, but then I just speak to a few other traders, and everyone seemed to have already swapped over. So we have made a new low here, so there you go. 2 legs up, a retest. So when it does this so quick, I do question whether there is a different channel at bay there. Because after such a big move down, it rarely just does a small break and comes straight down. So I wouldn't be surprised if this turns into some kind of a bigger channel. No, definitely not. I mean, this is very bearish at the moment, isn't it? Which is surprising because we had that. Yeah, so we did have that second leg up yesterday. I kind of thought we would because we struggled. I mean, this is a steep channel down. This just couldn't get one, could it? And whenever it's a very shallow channel down there, usually for me, I expect another leg up. And we did. You know, I suppose if you saw this on maybe a 20, 30,000 tick chart, it was a bar, a little bit of a pullback and a bar. It's about as clear as it looks, that, isn't it? As clear as it's ever going to get, really. But you know, we've got yesterday's lows here, so I suppose you could argue we're still in the middle of a move up, really, from here, looking at that daily, see. So maybe this is just retesting this area. So 2 legs up, maybe a leg and a leg down, and then maybe up a bit more. But so there is a second entry short there, but I'm just sitting tight here at the minute. Trouble is, it's easy to confuse that as 2 legs up when it could be part of a channel. So I'll tell you what I think, shall I? I think at the moment we're ranging. Touch, touch, touch. A couple of touches there, maybe. Mind you, channel down, 1 attempt to push higher, 2nd attempt to push higher. If we can get a good short on here, it may interest me. Yeah, so the 1,000 tick chart looks kind of nice. It's perfectly flush there. 1, 2. You may consider this a third. I think if we can get a decent short up here, I don't think that'd be a bad option. So I can put that like that. So channel up with a break. Let's see what happens. There is technically, well, no, it's not actually. There was a second entry short which triggered and stopped out. So a little bit of a pullback in, another leg up here. Jan, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I had a play around with it. In fact, I did it on stream yesterday. It's very simple and straightforward. No messing around. You enable it and boom, it's there. I like it. What I'm going to do again is I'll bring it out again in the last sort of 10 or 15 minutes and just show people. But I did bring it out yesterday and had a play around with it. There's not much to it. It's very simple and effective. But so much quicker. So have you had any problems with it? Is this the type of thing that you'll get bugs or not really? This is not so much it's not so much as a program as you know, this news thing, is it? I'm assuming. I may be wrong, but flat EMA, yeah. And if you don't place an order, just move the mouse back. Yeah, I noticed. It's really effective, isn't it? There's not much to it, which is what you want. It's straightforward, easy to use, very simple, and effective. So, small micro with a break. So, if we can get a short trade here, I don't think it's a bad option. It's just nice to have the cancel button, the close button, or cancel close, isn't it? If I want to close, see, normally I've got to go up here. The trouble is there's a bunch of buttons there. It's very easy to get it wrong. And sometimes those vital seconds do make a difference. Yeah. That's fine. It's all right. I just messaged. Would anybody interested in a triple test if one forms? It'd have to set up really well for me. Yeah, agreed. I'll have a break. Yeah, I do as well. The trouble is, if we've had a break, 2 pushes down to a new low, it's struggling to get up. Same as that one yesterday. We just struggled to get down. So for me, channel down, 2 clear. Yes, you could say that. But if you look at this from a penguin point of view, we've had a move down, 2 clear attempts to push up. So maybe even a lower high would probably be the safest option. But, 2 clear, even though we've had a break in that, we've still continued. We've had a break, new low, came back to more or less the same place and still continued down. Now we're having 2 attempts to push up. So I still think it'd be worth it if it's set up right. But at the moment, I don't like this. I certainly wouldn't take one here. Now, it may work from there, but it doesn't interest me. What I will say is there's a big bullish bar there, which is triggered. So, you may kiss goodnight to that one. Funnily enough, Thomas Wade's adjusted his chart. And he hasn't even, he's got this as the break. So this is how Thomas Wade's got it. Which I'm not a fan of, in all fairness. It's a bit unusual, that. I don't quite know how he's doing that. But it's missing all this. And he's got this. Strange. So now we didn't stop that out. We triggered that bear bar. Just unusual, this. I think we'll get to the top. And the reason being is, look, you can think how many longs are in there. I mean, this could come down, but we've got a bearish bar there, which is triggered. So my gut feeling is that's going to get stopped out. I'd be cautious going long here because you've got big bars and this thing could drop. I don't think it will. I think it'll break above there. So we got a break. 1, 2 pushes to a new high. Is this slowly working up in its own channel now? That's the big question. So it'd have to be a really good setup to get me interested. Stacked, yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, it could come down quickly. Ah, okay, Thomas has just adjusted it now, so he's got this as the break. But we have made a new low, so technically it has played out. Doesn't mean it can't attempt twice to go up and come down. You know, this could be a leg down with a correction. It's not the biggest correction in the world, but it's certainly starting to look like a correction. It's struggling to get up, which to me is likely to fail. I mean, it's such a tiny break. And as I say, if I put that back, the chance of it doing that and coming straight down doesn't often happen, which tells me it is more likely a correction, which means it's more likely to come down again and retest this, if possibly have a second leg down. Let me just have a look at the daily, see if that gives us any type of an indication of what might happen. This just may be a small pullback. Channel down. Let's just have a look. May cross over and come down. It's hard to say, really. So, any stops there got taken out. And that was my point about this. That's why I wouldn't have... I expected it to break above there, but it did. And then look what happened. It pulled straight down, stopped out that one, and that one. And you can bet your bottom dollar after the new low, there's going to be buyers there, which tells me this thing could come down. It's very tempting. The trouble is, I always like to stop out bars, but all the bars I can see that are of any significance have already gone. Now, there is a lower high there, but the trouble is, with the exception of that, all these have been stopped out. So, it didn't trigger anyway, so I wouldn't have taken that one. It's just something about it. It's just a bit too early. And when it chops like this, I mean, this is unclear. When it chops like this, anything can happen. Trump is talking by phone with Putin and the market is waiting for. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3 attempts to push higher. I think it likely will. Yeah, it's bound to, I think. The end is coming. We like positivity, Karina. I like your positivity. The end is nigh. Okay. So let's see where this goes. So push up side was new high. Trouble is we could get a leg and a leg. Depending on what happens, I may wait for the lower high if we do, because we've pushed up, gone sideways, and a lot of the times we'll do that. A lot of the times we'll do that. Up, sideways, up. There's probably likely to be some stops there. So if we do get two legs up, it would kind of make sense. In fact, it would go a little bit further than that. So there's a higher low there. Now, I wouldn't take that personally, but it would make sense. Bounce, bounce, push up, sideways, push up. I'm not getting involved because it's clearly choppy as hell, but it's kind of making sense. So I think that lightly. I wouldn't want to short there that far from the top. It's a bit vulnerable, which tells me it's probably more likely, but you know, there's no guarantees. But because it's choppy, who knows what's going to happen here. So it's just a bit of a no trade zone for me at the moment, because there's clearly a battle going on by buyers and sellers. There's bound to be buyers wanting to push this thing up. There's bound to be sellers wanting to push it down. So we'll let them fight it out, eh? So we may get that. We often do. It's just barcoding. Yeah, it's just, you know, a lot of the times when this is happening, it's readable. It's a bit choppy there, but it is readable. You can clearly see there's kind of like two legs up, push up sideways. But once it starts to get a bit messy, that does, you know, it does make it a lot more unpredictable where it's likely to go. Feels like the market is waiting for something. Yeah, you may be right, bud. Is there some news? Not that I'm aware of. I got nothing on my charts. I always look on Forex Factory. Well, I do now anyway. So for Trump, the trouble is with Trump, he could talk at any time. He doesn't necessarily need a reason. So FOMC tomorrow, correct? If there's news about that, call. Oh, were you serious about the chat with Putin? Were you? I thought you were messing around there. Trouble is, even though he is talking with Putin, we won't find anything about it until, you know, until some kind of news. Really, I'll better to trade London. I think it's likely we're going to break above this, possibly even here as well. The way it's moving, that for me would be the key point to break above. But it may go a bit higher. But see what happens when it, you know, ideal world, I'd like it to push up, touch above there, and then come down super bearish. You're all serious. A friend who lives there told me. Okay, so we're out the top. Let's see if it breaks that. It has done. Now let's see if we get a pullback. Sharp pullback. Doesn't look like we're going to, does it? So that area is broken there, so it did stop above there. So far we're holding. Oh, he's a trader too, is he? I got you. This for me would be the place I'd be interested in. A leg, a sideways and a leg. Which is why I said I don't think that will be a terrible trade. I wouldn't want to take it, but it makes sense that it's going to stop that out. And we are kind of slowly grinding, aren't we? But that would be a significant place. That really is the line in the sand, isn't it? If it gets up any higher, then... but we're clearly struggling, so my guess is it's probably going to come down if I had to pick a direction. The trouble is, it's whether you consider this a range enough to have a breakout which may fail. Really, we've had this move down and we've pushed up and bounced at the same level, but we've pushed through this level. So is this, you know, convincing enough a range to think about trading it back into the range? I'm not so sure. Measured move at 58. Yeah, you're on about that one there. Which comes in line with that line, I think, if I remember rightly. So let's put that, say, there, and that there. Yeah, so that's where you want it to turn. To be honest with you, though, because we've already had a new low, I would wait for a lower high, personally. But this doesn't seem to be pushing up strong. So let's put that up just a fraction. So that's basically where that measured move takes us. Now, there's a big bearish bar there. There's actually a second entry short there. So there's quite likely going to be some stops there. And as we know, this thing likes to pick off these areas of liquidity. There's a possibility there's a bigger channel, but it's a bit too early, really. Oh, it's clustered between 85 and 70. Yeah, that might be causing this a little bit stagnant here. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, got to be careful around here at the moment because of this level here, which is the measured move, and there's probably some liquidity there. So what I will say is, looking on the 1,000 tick chart, we've got a big bullish bar which triggered, came straight down and stopped out. So this tells me I think this is still more likely bearish. You have still got to be careful though, because there's always a possibility we have something like that. I don't think there is. This thing looks like it's just going to come straight down. No signal really, just a couple of bars. It just didn't really do much, and then straight down. You grabbed that one, did you? I think when it's struggling like this, yeah, it's hard to say. Depends what you're looking at. See, I mean, if you take that for instance, when this is starting to move down, you know, you likely think that's vulnerable. So if you know, even if you get in somewhere about here, and you can just ride that down to the bottom, there's points available. There was a guy called Merce, I think his name was. He used to trade traps. He streamed for a while. I think he was military. I think he was military reserves. I think he went away. He messaged me once about, I don't know, maybe 8-10 months ago. And he used to trade those, just figure out where there was a trap and just jump in and ride it to where it was going to get stopped out. So, do I think this is likely to come down now? Yes, I do. 2 clear legs up and it's failed and it's come back in. Now, the only issue I have is we've pushed up and we've come down to this level and pushed up. So you've got to be careful here. My gut is it probably will come down. I'd like to see 2 more attempts to push up. Second entry short here somewhere. Anybody see anybody notice Alpine yesterday got absolutely crucified? I think he blew 8 of his 12 accounts or 10 of his 12 accounts. Trouble is, he's not trading with a stop at the moment, and he's kind of allowing it to go further and further away and relying on kind of a bit of luck. I don't like to see any traders sort of falling apart, but he's clearly struggling at the moment. Okay, we've got Mac's chart now, actually. So, yeah, strange. Mac's got it there as well with hardly a break. So, that's unusual. So, maybe that's a small break. It's pretty unconvincing, but yeah. So, Mac's got it like Thomas Wade had it. In which case, this is the break. So, perhaps this definitely coming down. So Mac's got it. Wrong one. Wrong again. Mac's got it there and there to the top, which actually doesn't look terrible. We touch. I wouldn't consider that a break in a new low. It's not big enough for a break. So perhaps this is the way down. Yeah, so that makes more sense actually. So we'll go with Max. So channel break, new low. No way in, unfortunately. No way in there, really. It's still not a significant break, but it does look like it's coming down unless there's a first. It's strange, isn't it? This may be the fact. We may be getting one attempt to go lower and a second attempt. So perhaps this is in the chart and this is the first attempt. We couldn't get down to the bottom. Maybe it's a second attempt. It's possible. Who knows? I wouldn't be, you're not about that. I wouldn't be taking a long at the moment. We're very close to these lows, so a lot of the times these will trigger and stop out. I'm not saying it won't work, but my gut feeling is it's probably easy prey there. Now, it may hold, we may get another leg up. A lot of times when it does that and starts working down, it does pick them off. But if it does, it get down to the lows already. Oh, shit. Sorry. Yeah, I favour this for a move up now. We couldn't quite get to the lows there. So I think this is going to be a second leg, second attempt to push up. Took a loss by chicken closing, range a win. Tomorrow's another day, absolutely. That's the secret to trading. When things go wrong, enabling to walk away and to not make it any worse. Thing is, if this is a range and we've had a breakout there, I wouldn't be surprised if we do push down another a break lower. Oh, great minds think alike. Look at that. We've both just put those on to the nearest minute. Both exactly the same. So there is a second entry short there. It's not gone high enough for me, so I'm staying out of this. It hasn't triggered anyway. I don't think. No, it has on the other bar, on the other chart, but so there is a second entry long. It may work, but if this is a second attempt to push up, for me, because we didn't get down, for me, we're going to go higher. So I wouldn't get into this trade here. I'm not saying it won't work. It is a second entry short, but it's just a bit risky for me. This is short here. It's kind of floating in the middle of this lot here. So it may work, but I think it'd fail and push up. Now, it may get back to the may push up, so you may get points depending on what you go for. But for me, we got one attempt to go higher. This second attempt to go higher is going to get above here for me, quite likely a bit higher. So it's just my gut feeling. I could be completely wrong, but I wouldn't get involved in this. Channel break new low. So let's just draw a little micro there. So you may argue push break new high. It may work. That doesn't look terrible, but the fact is, first attempt we got this far up. It's only a small move, so for me, I would want it to go higher first. Yeah, I mean, if you've got room to the EMA, I don't know. This, I mean, we didn't get down to the lows. It's not pushing up strong, but I think it would probably grind up and retest this area up here. You know, if we're considering this not a break, to do that and come straight down to a new low doesn't really happen much. I'd expect more of a correction, which means a leg up and a leg up. So I can't get involved here, but that type of trade doesn't look that bad. That's the type of trade I'd expect Dan to take. But would he take it there? I don't know. I mean, we could get a leg and a leg. It's possible. Maybe we've got far enough. Well, perhaps it will work. Perhaps it's a leg and a leg up and a leg and a leg down. It just doesn't seem like a huge move to get to the lows after such a big channel down. Okay, excuse me 1 second. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. sorry. I looked at it. I'm not so sure. This definitely looks like a channel with a break, 2 pushes to a new low. So it, this looks pretty bearish to me because it doesn't often do that and come straight down. But it did, it wasn't up and then straight down. We did have a second attempt, although it didn't get very far. No, so we have broken the lows now. So push up, sideways push up. We came back. We made a second attempt, which we did, and now we're down. So what's it going to do now? It's hard to tell. So we did make a second attempt to go up, but it didn't go very far. Reaching for Friday's lows, looks like it. Oh, Friday's is down here, isn't it? Will it get that far? Who knows? Certainly yesterday's. We're nearly there now. Yeah, Monday's. Yeah, I thought you might have meant that. It's just hard to know where this thing's going. I thought after this move up, that was it. Now we were on our way back to the EMA on the daily, but then all of a sudden we have 2 legs up. And then we're down about 100 odd points. So perhaps this down stuff isn't over yet. Let's just have another look at the daily. Funny enough, there's me mentioned that's the type of trade that Dan would take. Sure enough, he took it. My only slight concern with that is because this move up, I thought this could trigger a move up a bit higher. So hence I did it. But that's the type of trade he takes. And it worked textbook straight down nicely. So it's not my bag. It's not something I tend to take, which is okay. Nice. I'm using it today while trading. Are you still with us, Jan? Are you? Have you tried it on with Replicanto on? Are you trading multiple accounts? So yeah, you took that one as well, didn't you? Yeah, Dan took it. So when I put that, because I was waiting for a bigger leg up. When I put that line there with the break and a new high, I liked it then. My only concern was, will we push a bit higher? So using Replicant, it's working all right. It strikes me as not technical enough to have any real flaws, really. Do you see any issues with it or not? It's pretty straightforward, isn't it? It doesn't look like a huge... where something sometimes there's that much information in there, things can go wrong. Do you foresee any issues with it or not? I've got to say, I do like it. Okay, so let's see if we test this area here. Okay. You right-click in Replicanto and set some fail-safe features there, like stop taking opposite directions. You can do that, can you? I didn't realise you could do that. There is a second entry short here. Trouble is, it may work, but it's... If I was going to take a short, I would prefer it the EMA and tested this. Right-click in Replicanto and set some fail-safe features, like stop taking opposite direction and more. That helps. Take a photo of that comment. I wasn't even aware you could do something like that. I didn't even... Just take a photo of that. I'll look later. My concern with this is it comes back up and retests this. which is why I wouldn't take that trade. Now, it may work, but my gut feeling is that is a little bit vulnerable. There are some very important settings in there. I'll have to have a look later. I do love it, the fact that it's so quick and just there, isn't it? Right in your face where you need it. Documentation too, yeah. I'm more hands-on than that sort of stuff. But I think it's probably going to come down, but I think that's risky because it's kind of floating in between. Oh, I don't know. It's too risky, I think. Looks like it's working. Trouble is, after it's pushed out there, I'd normally expect it to test this area. So there, floating in between the lows and here, that for me is vulnerable because it could trigger you and push up. Those are usually market orders, but if not filled, they can get filled when you hit. Yeah, see, I usually take a limit order. I only ever use limit orders, but so this is a limit order, and obviously all those are market orders. Yeah. And at the end of the day, I always keep my Replicanto right by my side so I can always click flatten all. I have as much bits of information around me as I need to cover multiple angles of getting out of trades if something does go wrong. But it shouldn't make a difference, really. All I'm doing by using that is effectively trading this account. The rest just follow on. So it shouldn't really make a difference, should it? Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay, so it did break above there. I did expect that, but it did work for some points, so you'd have got points out of it. I think it went for plenty. Yeah, so you'd have got 3 1/4 out of that. Just wasn't a fan of it. It may have not even got that, but I expected it to get a little bit closer to here. I'm assuming that did tick above there, didn't it? Yeah, it must have done. Or did it? Maybe it didn't. Actually, it didn't. So that's still, I think it probably will, but see, this is a crunch now, isn't it? We've had this big move down, we've had a break, a couple of attempts, and a strong push to a new low. So is this going to come down, continue coming down? Trouble is, if I'm going to get involved in this, it's not going to be in a channel this steep. It would more likely, for me, be something like this, which means going short here, could expect this to come down for me is a bit of a no-no. I'd like to get up to this area and maybe possibly see another channel down. Does look very much like a correction, that, whether you think that's the correction or that. So, you know, there is a possibility of a bigger downtrend. It's a bit too early to trade it as that yet, but, you know, just out of curiosity, what I might do actually is just put this here, just at least there is a possible area where it may bounce. So if it goes any more sideways, we may come into contact with the bottom of this, test the bottom of this, and possibly a channel, which might give it more validity. So this will be interesting now. I'd like to see it break above this and possibly connect with this line here, possibly a leg and a leg. Could be a push-up break, new high. Testing the bottom of this. Just a bit early for me, I think. That looks a bit better. So you can bet that's going to get stopped down as see how it reacts to this. Trouble is, it looks like a channel to me, so going short in the middle of an uptrend, not a great idea. See, whatever does go wrong on Replicanto, even if it does trigger trades in the opposite direction, I use that flatten all button. As long as you've got that flatten all button, theoretically any trades are open that's been copied should close anyway with that button. I have that right to my right. And I also have these three as well, so I can, shut stuff down. So this may be reacting to that area. It's too early to go short, in my opinion. Do I think it's going to come down? Quite possibly. Doesn't look like it's struggling to get up for me. This just doesn't look like it's got any legs, to be honest with you. So my feeling is this is probably going to continue down. Ordinarily, see, two little legs like that. We're such a big channel. I expected two legs up before it came down, but we had two legs up. We just couldn't get anywhere near the top of this before it dropped. So this tells me this is pretty bearish. It is too early to go short here because that channel doesn't look terrible. So we may have a break and a new high, but I don't know. It's struggling to get up this, so it may just come down from there. Who knows? Be done for the day, and it's summer weather. Yeah, it's quite nice here, actually. It's a bit chilly. What is it? It's about... it's 11 degrees centigrade here, but it's lovely sunshine. So, yeah, you have a good day, mate. Okay, channel with a break. Bullish bar. I wouldn't be taking that bullish bar, personally. One, there's no room to these highs. And this is struggling for me, so... I can adjust this a little bit. So there is a failure there, which is triggered. So is this going to come down and stop that out, or is it going to push up? This is a pretty bearish day. My gut tells me it's more likely going to come down, but it may push up and hit these highs. But so that has triggered that as well. So I wouldn't be shocked if this comes down. SPY and QQQ showing strong Activity indicated trace positions to the downside. Yeah, it's just struggling to get up for me. There's just not enough buy-in for me. Now, all of a sudden, look at that. You're going to have buyers in there, you can bet. Interesting. That is a second entry long, possibly. It's just struggling to get up. So for me, I don't know. I think it's probably going to break below there. I wouldn't get in there. It's 20 ticks and it is very square, isn't it? This thing's struggling to get up for me. So I think it's probably going to break below there, but it could turn. We've had a break and an attempt at a new high. Yeah, it has. But is it going to come down now? It's hard to say. It's a bit early to trade that based on that, but I don't know. It's my overall feeling about this. It's really, I mean, we had a strong. We didn't get very far before we made this new low. So for me, it's pretty bearish, and it's not looking good at the moment. Well, not for buyers anyway, which is not a bad thing for us. It's still a bit choppy, so things can turn. Took the second entry short, but on a sim. Yeah, see, my only issue with that is I expected it to break below there, which it did. Then I'm not sure, because we've had this move up. It could be 2 attempts to go low and a push high, but it's not looking strong to me. Tesla touched the 220, is it? Yeah, it's not looking very strong to me. It's looked kind of weak. But we'll see. See if we get a lower high or something. Trouble is, it's still a little bit congested here, so it can catch you out. Yeah, there is a lower high on the other one, but on the other chart, but I'm not a fan of this. Something about that I don't like. It's too straight for me. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a little bit. I can't get my words out. Yeah, it's just a bit choppy, really. It's a little bit unclear. My gut feeling is it's probably likely going to come down, but it could. You just don't know. We've pushed up now, and we may have found a little bit of support there. So you just don't know, do you? So we got a channel with a break, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go high. You know, if this triggers and then comes down, you may this almost may be a failure type thing, but you've just got to be a bit careful here. 1, 2, 3. It is finding some support. Sometimes this thing may push up. It just may do it bloody slowly. see possibly a triple test forming on the 1,000 tick chart, but it's choppy here and I won't want to go short here on the 2,000, so I'm staying out of anything here just in case. I mean, we have technically made a new low, so you just don't know what's going to happen. It's just a bit unclear. May work, but now if we can push above there, break above this, make a new high, and then reverse quickly, that might not look terrible. Channel break. We'll see. Very small risk on the other one. It's only 6 ticks, but it's going to get stopped out, I think. It's only 6 ticks if you wanted to have a punt. But the way that's going, it may work. 6 ticks isn't huge. But for me, I'd like to see this break above there. So if that does have a little pop there, especially from that bearish bar there, that'll send it above there. Yeah, it's going to stop it out, I think. Yeah, it has. Some of this thing reversed now and ends up super bearish. That may interest me. I don't think it's going to though. It's always possible, mate. It's always possible. Sometimes it's struggling to get up, but it may just take some time to grind. And then once it does, if it does get above these areas, it may move. Sometimes things just take a bit of time. Is Replicant high as this? Yeah, they only ever have 20% off it, bud. It's worth its weight in gold, though. So if you need a bit of a, this is interesting. If you need a bit of a trade copier. Tempted to go short here. Too late. It is a triple test. There's bound to be some stops there. I would have just rode that to the EMA. Tempting again. Trouble is, it's still a bit stagnant. It is a triple test, but it's, I don't know, it's just a little bit unclear here. I just didn't feel comfortable taking it. 1, 2, 3. Now, is this a triple test to go long? See, so tough one. We are finding some support here, see, so I won't be taking it because it's just choppy. Yeah, it is. What I will say is there's a new low, isn't it? We've made another new low. We've made 1, 2, 3 attempts to go lower. So this is a pretty strong move up, but it is struggling to get up and it is sideways. So I'm just staying out of this. Is it going to break above there? It could do, but it might not. It's easy to get that wrong. I was very tempted to take that then. It's 15 ticks, but I decided to wait for a possible second entry short. It is a channel down with a break. You're bound to have buyers there and possibly below there as well, but we are finding some support. So I prefer a second entry short here. This is the 1,000 tick chart. I had to really control myself then. I was very tempted just to click a sell button there. But that little sensible voice in there, which is in there somewhere, told me to wait. I'm glad I did as well. There is a failure now. That's tempted. So that big bullish bar has triggered. Trouble is, we've found a lot of support there, so we've pushed up sideways. Often we'll do the same, as we know. So you just can't trade this stuff. It can go wrong. My gut feeling is it's going to push down below there, but it's that choppy it may not. There's a second entry short on the other chart, but it's a doji and it's above that EMA. Part of me liked that. I was hoping it was going to break above there and come down bearish, which means I may have taken it. But the trouble is, we are finding a lot of support here, so you just don't know if that's going to go wrong. If you start trading this sort of stuff, it can backfire on you so quickly. And some of these bars are 20-odd ticks. It can be an expensive mistake, so... it's a little bit easier to read on the 1,000 tick chart, but not so much here. So you could say there's a triple test for buyers there, but the way this is coming down, my guess it's probably going to break below, but there may be, there may be a lot of stops below there, so it may, depending on where they put them, it may hold. So I'm just sitting tight here. It's just, you can get into trouble here, so... I used to trade these things all the time, just trying to get something out of them, and when you lose enough, you realise it's just not worth it. trouble is when we have those lows, we had a little break and low again, and we are testing this area multiple times, so it is building up some support there. So you can bet there's going to be some shorts in that trade. So if this does push above there, we may get that second leg up. Yeah, see, this is like on a balancing thing. I was tempted there. You could say triple test, but all of a sudden it dropped and pushed back quickly. So, yeah, there's a battle going on here. So if you would have taken that one, it triggered you, stopped you out. Once it starts going like that above that EMA, it's super flat. It's just not worth it. One tiny mistake to get in there and you're in and out in a couple of seconds and you're frustrated. So I've learned over time, just when it's like that and not super clear, don't let temptation get you. Just leave it alone. It's just trap city, this is. So my gut feeling is now this is probably going to move up for a second leg or certainly break above this. That's what I think now. So let's put that there. So my gut feeling is if we get even somewhere close there and it gets above there, but we are finding support there. I'd say there's more longs in here than there is shorts personally. So I think the weakest point is up here. I could be completely wrong though. It does make it unpredictable, but we often see that push up, sideways, push up. But if it gets above there, break, 2 attempts, there's triple test there. So it may hold and come short, but my gut feeling is the way this is starting to curve, path of least resistance seems to be up in my opinion. But I'm just going to watch and take a drink, smoke a cigarette and go for a walk. I'm out of whiskey actually, and I don't smoke. That's what I said damn out the blue about half an hour ago. Never picked up a bottle. So, unless we get 1, 2, 3 in this turns here, but to me this looks like it's slowly moving, but it could change. Yeah. So, wow, look at that. We bounced right at the top there and turned. Now, I don't think that broke higher, did it? No, it didn't. Here we go, second attempt. Excuse me a sec. Okay, okay. Now, is this thing going to absolutely tank now we've had that It's looking like it, isn't it? Yeah, it's horrible, this stuff. It's really struggling to get up. As soon as we broke above there and made that measured move, the thing turned. So I don't know. I can only see more down stuff, to be honest with you. I could be wrong, but this stuff's just going nowhere in the way of upwards. Maybe it's not terrible. It's a little bit early, I think, but we do touch it. That doesn't look too bad. So, who knows? Okay, folks, I'm going to let this stuff do its thing. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break and make a cup of tea. And I'll be back, so 3 to 5 minutes. Okie dokie. Does this look like it hasn't really done much, has it, since I've went? It's just chop, 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 chop. Auntie's haunted hand. What did I just say? Why have I gone dark? I should sort itself out in a minute. Just, compensation. Let's go up one. There we go. Okay, so leg and a leg. Clearly finding some support here. There's definitely a battle going on here, isn't there? I dare say there's probably buyers trying to push this up, but it's not having none of it, is it? Are you on about the bag behind me? My daughter's one, I think. Oh, I thought I'd have a coffee instead. Latte. I mean, it could be two, excuse me, 2 legs up, 2 legs down. It's possible. Oh, it's shaking by itself. Don't tell me that, for God's sake, will you? I won't officially sleep again. God, if I rewind that and I see that shake, that's going to spook me. I might just try and pretend you never said that and just move on with my life. I was going to say it could have been one of the dogs, but they came downstairs with me. So it was shaking by itself. God. Yeah, drink. Oh, it was autofocus, was it? Oh, got you. Or a poltergeist trap. Yeah, it's not the easiest day to trade today, is it? So much chop around here, isn't it? It's hard to know exactly what's going on. What I will say in hindsight, that I think was okay to take. Triple test. Trouble is, it's just a bit unclear there. You could argue that's a triple test, but there's nothing here really that I think I would have taken in hindsight. That one I couldn't trade. That one I would have done. It looked better on the other chart even, and it clearly worked. And that one there. At the time, though, the reason I left it is I was expecting a bigger leg up, which is why I left it. But it's one of those things, isn't it? In hindsight, It's easy, isn't it? But in real time, I'm going to drink tea. I'm having a nightmare. I'm out of whiskey at the moment. I am. Which is unlike me. We had a bottle of, what was it we finished a couple of nights ago? Blue Harb, not Blue, what was it? I can't think. It was the Blue Harbour version. Old Putney. Old Putney Blue Harbour. Supposed to have a slight cast by the sea. Supposed to have a slight air of saltiness to it. This one account is taking time to approve. So 1,000 is sent to my playing account. So I put that in Friday night. That was clear Sunday. That was clear Sunday. These have been quick. There's 5 of them, which gives $2,500. Well, I put it in last night. It was another account that I just hit 2,600. So it was one I put in last night. But one more day, which is today. Doesn't matter whether I profit or not. I've got 3,700 in the one, so I can make a withdrawal to that. Another one, I got 3,600. Another one day. Both of them, I've hit 5 days. So I could potentially take another 3,000 out of those two. There's another one at 3,000, which another couple of days I could take. And then 3 more days after that. So, fingers crossed, $8,500 this month. I'm guessing somewhere around about there. So it may be my best month. And bearing in mind, I'm only taking those out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 accounts. So with 19 on the go, once the others, I'm very tempted just to keep taking bits out of these 10 account and let the other 10 or the other 9 just mature a bit. I want to try and take regular money out, but I do want to give some of them chance to sort of, get up to maybe 5,000 or so. The thing about 5,000 trading one contract is you trade in an average of 3.5%, then 3.5%. A little bit more at the moment because of the ATRs, but $5,000 trading one contract. So one contract. An average of 3 points, that's $150 risk in a $5,000 account. So that's around about 3%. Slow as molasses today. You're not wrong, mate. Apex going to ban me. Well, I see people, other people getting regular payments. I mean, for the life of me, I don't know how Alpine's managed to have made $40,000 in the first 2 months of the year. Every time I see him, his accounts are getting battered. Thanks, bud. I appreciate that. So he got absolutely hammered yesterday. Trouble is, he's allowing his accounts to just get in red and red and red and red until they blow. But it does seem to be in a little bit of a rut. I believe he's trading over at with Patrick Whelan, isn't he, today? I think him and Nutty are, I think. He took 500. Yeah, another 500. So if that's clear, that put me 3,000 this month, and obviously I've got about another 4 accounts in the next few days. So by the end of the week, hopefully, I've got one more day today, but I've done over 5 days profitable on both. So there is hopefully there's another 3,000, and then there's 2 or 3 more, which I could take 500 out of each of them, I think. So What's this thing doing coming down? It certainly looks like it. The only issue I have with this is if we've had a break. So a couple of attempts to go higher. 2 pushes to a new low. So it's still a little bit unclear. Now, I know I've got this channel there, but yeah, you know, is it or isn't it? It's a tough one, isn't it? So Dan did take that one. Triple test. It did come down for plenty of points. I just wasn't so sure. Not only that, it's at the EMA. That's the issue I have with that, and it's flat. So at the moment, you don't know whether it may trigger and push straight up. So I'm going to get rid of that at the moment because it's just, it's not super clear really. Channel break new high. I haven't actually, but I think I might do. I believe they, because I have a little advert on here, but I think it's probably out of date, to be fair. But I think at the moment, isn't it normally $185 for the eval and then $130 for the PA? I believe it's 30% off, which takes it down to $120, $130 for the eval, but then no PA fee. I got to say, I saw the CEO being interviewed on Patrick Whelan's channel the other day. I mean, I don't know much about hockey in the UK, but apparently he's an ex-professional hockey player. And I liked him. I liked how he came over. He's a trader himself. Put it this way, I remember watching What's It Talking, the guy who's that? What's his name, that idiot? Who was the prop firm that went under? Fast Track Trading. I remember hearing him and hearing the language coming out. Now, look, I'm a guy. If I'm in a pub, you swear like crazy. It's just how it is. But as a professional director of a company, you kind of got to make a good impression. And he just came over to me as a dodgy, shifty-looking guy I wanted to stay away from. But the CEO from Take Profit Trader, I liked how he came over. He sounded like a very calm, switched-on person, someone I'd like to sort of do some business with. So yeah, I think I'm probably going to have a go at one of their accounts. I like what I saw. Put it that way. He came over as quite trustworthy, just a normal, honest guy. Someone gave one eval. The fee is now $130. Good thing was T-Profit. They give you credits in your wallet every time you withdraw. Interesting. Okay, you've convinced me. So it's $130, isn't it? And then if you pass it, but they have got rid of that because they had that $1,200 daily loss limit, which would blow your account. They have got rid of it. So yeah, I think I'm probably going to have a go. But I do like how they come over. They have got a really good name. So I like that. And I think it's always good to diversify. Don't have all your eggs in one basket. I mean, Apex have been around for 4 years now. I can't see them going anywhere. But I think it's always good to have a few accounts here or there. Can you have, 5 accounts you can have? You just never knowing, if one prop firm happens to go bust, you just never know. I can't see it with Apex personally, but is if you've got all your accounts with one prop firm, I think it's safer to just sort of spread things around a bit. You just cover your arse a little bit, don't you? So I think you can have 5 accounts with them, can't you? But yeah, I think I'm going to pick one up actually. I might pick one up. I might pick one up later. You can use that credit to buy more evals. Yeah, I think isn't there a 20% consistency rule, but it's not there if you have a different account. So I'm going to have to look into that. I don't know a huge amount about them. No rules at all. I'm going to have to look into that. It's 100 for the valuation. And is it 100, is it? I'm going to have a go at that. I have got a little advert on here for him, I think. They have got a very good name. I like that. So yeah, I'm going to pick one up later, I think. Just can't do an eval in one day. Yeah. Can't make more than 50%. Is that an eval? Yeah. To be fair, if you're passing an evaluation in one day, you've got to get $3,000 profit. You're doing it very aggressively. There's no other two ways about it. So I don't think it's a bad idea. It does make you slow down and trade things the right way. So I don't think it's a bad idea to have that. I certainly wouldn't class it as a negative for a company. So what's going on here? What's mine? I think it's just UKFT, isn't it? I think all mine are, to be fair. Have I got it on here or has it come off? It might have come off. I think all mine's UKFT, to be honest with you. I'll tell you. I think I'll put an advert on. I did have one for some reason. I don't know why I haven't. I might have took it off because I thought it was just too expensive for people. Yeah, I think it's just UKFT. Pretty sure it is. I'll put a little advert thing on here later. I did have one, but I don't know where it is. I think I took it away because I just thought it was too expensive at the time to, you know, pay 100 odd and then have to pay another 130. But you don't do that at the moment. I think they've got rid of it altogether, actually. So, channel with a break, new high. Where's this thing going? Is it coming down or continuing on up? Just kind of looking to see if there's a possibility of any type of a larger channel down. It's hard to say, isn't it? I don't think so. Yeah. What I like as well is I can use that on, I think I may have had one before, you know. Connections, have a look. I'm not sure. I think I might have had one. Not for below any vals like Apex. Because the prices, yeah. I don't know that's a bad thing, Karina. I think it just helps you play things the right way. Because we all know how we should trade. I mean, we wouldn't trade a live accounts like that, would we? Well, most of us wouldn't. But yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it probably, you know, encourages a good habit, doesn't it? But yeah, as you say, at that price, you've got to take them a little bit more seriously, haven't you? So, what is going on here? There's 89% of people who have good trading, yeah. I think it's definitely good, though, once you can make a bit of money. I think it's the right time for me now to maybe start to invest in some other prop firms and kind of slowly build the picture. Trouble is, it's like anything. If you have all your money invested in one place and something does go wrong, it can be costly. I mean, if something happened to Apex tomorrow, I'd be screwed to a degree. Whereas if you've branched out a little bit, and I've got, you know, a few at My Fund and Futures, a few at Take Profit Trader, at least you can continue to work then. You know what you're doing. I think I'm at that place now where I'm kind of slowly coming out the ditch, for want of a better word. Sam used to have something on his website which shows you the journey of a trader. It was let me just get my freehand tool. It was it was kind of that type of thing, wasn't it? And then like that, and then we kind of consistently went like that for a while, and then you kind of move up, don't you? And that's kind of how it was. So you start trading, you win a few trades, you put a bit of money in. What happens? You lose it all. And then you spend the next year, 2 or 3, going up, down, struggling. Then you have a really bad time. And after that, something starts to click, and then you're slowly thinking, hold on a minute, I'm starting to make money now. And then you get that confidence and that self-belief that if you do things the right way, it starts to work. And that's when you start to pull out and start to be consistent. So it's quite a well-known sort of diagram. I'm not sure it's as messy as that, but it's quite a well-known diagram in the in the journey of a trader. But it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? And for me, I think I'm around about here at the moment, starting to push up nicely. And one of the biggest things for me is that's helped me is having that guardian angel trader. It's forced me not to do stupid things. That's why I think it's worth its weight in gold, because it forces you to not blow accounts, and then you do things the right way, and hey presto, I'm starting to make money. So I think in time I probably won't need that guardian angel trader, but it's always good to have it there just as a fail-safe, just in case something ever went wrong. But I think you'll be able to withdraw day one. Trouble is, you've got to earn a lot of money on one account, haven't you, to withdraw. Evals in 5 days pro account. So because isn't there a 20% consistency rule? But I think on a certain account there's no consistency rule, is there? I mean, to be honest with you, the way we trade Pats, consistency rule should never really be an issue. If we're averaging, I don't know, 150, 200, 300 on a day, it's never really going to be an issue. But I understand if someone tends to swing trade a little bit and they're going for bigger moves, and you happen to get a really big move. I mean, if you got into a trade here and you followed down each swing, you know what I mean? You may get a massive move. You may get 30, 40, 50 points. Who knows? And if all of a sudden you're getting an average of 3 to 5 points and one you get 50 points, the tendency is to want to come out of it before you win too much. No consistency rule at all in this company. You can pro accounts. Yeah, I'm going to have a look into that later. I'll go through all the rules and regulations later and pick me up an account. So at the moment, can we go long or short? There's nothing we can do really. What I will say is we've got this move down and we've kind of got 2 legs up. So this may come down for a second leg, but it's a big may. It doesn't look like it now, so. What's your guardian angel rules? 2 losses. Yeah. Can I show you? I don't know I can. Can I show you on a sim? I might be able to. No, it's locked. So yeah, you're in long gear, are you? I used to have, when I used to trade 2 contracts, I used to have it as a 1 loss, but I found I was getting nervous of taking trades. 1, because of the size of the risk, and 2, because if I lost it, that'd be it for trading for the day. So I decided to half it and have 2 losses, because at least that gives you, I think it's important to practice that self-control when you take a loss. If I'm trading 2 contracts, 1 loss and I'm out, I don't get to use that self-control. But I did the other day. I had that 1 loss, and then I managed just to keep myself nice and calm, and I traded and had another win. And then after the stream, I came back late and had another win. So I think it's still important to practice that self-control and not have everything taken away from you. They offer you to pass it to a real 90% is yours. Yeah, I'll definitely pick one up later. So you're in longer, yeah. So you'd have got up to the top anyway, wouldn't you? Work on emotions, but good rule for the 2 losses. Yeah, the trouble is, if you know 1 loss and you can't trade, it makes you scared of taking trades a little bit. It did with me. And, you know, sometimes if you make a mistake or something, you get out for a few ticks or whatever, you know, it kind of stops your trading. So I just reduced the risk. And by reducing the risk, I could feel the difference in stress. And I wasn't so scared to take a trade. And I wasn't constantly thinking about getting out the second I was in. So I think it was a good compromise. I mean, to be honest with you, especially the way the ATRs, I took a trade the other day and I was down 250. That would have been a $500 loss if I'd have been trading 2 contracts. So it's a much more relaxing place to be trading 1 contract. Half the time, see, I was coming out early and I was risking the same amount, but I was only taking a 1.5 because I was getting nervous and coming out. So I'm probably going to make more money by doing this. Yeah, but I think trading our style, Pats, now if you're a micro scalper or something, or you're taking, you know, like Range Capital guy may take 15 trades in a day, you know, it's not so much of an issue. But trading, Pats, I think if you take 2 losses in a day, I don't think it's a bad idea to come away for the day. Something's not right. So I think it's a sensible rule. You take some rubbish today. They all would have worked. Yeah. It does take a long time to filter out the crap. You know, sometimes, I mean, how long have I sat here for? 3 hours. I've sat here for 3 hours and haven't taken a trade. And that's kind of 95% of trading. And it's very easy to get into second-hand trades, what I call them, poor trades, poor setups. But it does take time for the patience. But I think the longer you've been trading, the more that if you're taking bad trades that don't work, sooner or later your brain will just think there's no point. It'll kind of release you from them. I mean, some of you guys have been here with me since I first started streaming. I couldn't control myself. I had no self-control. I just used to see something moving in a direction, I'd take a trade. Well, we know the market when you do that, when you trade it carelessly, market has a clever way of chopping you up. And sometimes I'd say I've had a really patient day and I'd sit here for 2.5 hours, take a stupid trade in the last 5 minutes and end up having a losing day. And that would mess with your psychology. Chances are then after the stream, I'd try and get it back. But it does take time. And if you do stick at it, it does get better. It can't not really. As long as you stick to, you know, I know some people saying there was a guy messaging me the other day, he said I've been trading for 10 years and I still can't find some consistency. So when I realised he did about a year to 18 months on a strategy, and when he realised it didn't work, he went to a different one. Well, I've been on this same strategy now for a couple of months, under 4 years. And I think the reason is because it takes you that long to really get to grips with it. You know, all strategies more or less work. Strategy is just, you know, a reason to get in. But the strategy is the straightforward bit. Getting in and using that strategy under the correct context is the real skill. And that takes time no matter what strategy you use. So I was chatting with him and when I realised, you know, he'd never done one strategy for more than a year and a half, and I went, I think you're just not giving it enough time, you know, to get to grips with the context, and he agreed. So, you know, I know Max says a lot of things, but one thing he says so many times, which I kind of like, that this, you know, chart reading's a skill and it does take time. But if you keep doing it every day, you will get there. I'd almost guarantee it. You know, they say, oh, I've heard people saying, I don't know whether I should give up or not. And I've thought that myself. And it's not the fact that I'm not capable, or it's not the fact that you're not capable. It's just the fact we just haven't given it long enough. You know, and as I said before, any job where you can earn significant amounts of money is never going to be easy. You know, there's not such thing as you can start something today and by the end of the week be earning a shed load of money. It just doesn't work that way. But if you are persistent and you just keep coming, that's the key. Time. The longer you've been doing it, the better you'll get. It's impossible to sit in front of these charts every single day and not start to understand how they work. And all this is really is human beings. What are human beings thinking when we get to a certain level? It's just studying human behaviour. And if you watch people in a room long enough, you start to know what they're going to do next. But it does take time. So if you are struggling, you know, a couple of times I've considered giving up. Now, I don't really think I would have done. I just felt low at the time, but fortunately, I'm lucky in the way that I can take a batter and a couple of days later I can bounce back from it. I'm not convinced I bounced back as well as I thought I did, because sometimes when you get into that kind of spiral, you know, you take a few bad losses and you're in the middle of it. You think you've bounced back, but you're still stuck in this little vortex of being frustrated and angry all the time. And that's why it's good to take a break. But, you know, sometimes it just, you go round and round and round and you can't seem to find any, you know, any consistency. Tempted to go long here, but you can't seem to find any consistency. It's frustration after frustration. But sooner or later, you start to break the cycle. It's all right. I was just looking on that 1,000-tick chart for a possible second entry long here. The thing is, we've had what looks like a channel up with a break and a new high. So I'm not convinced this thing is going to rocket up. So it may come down. And we've got a lower high there and we're not back at the EMA yet. So I don't think there's a bigger channel there. There may be. I think it's a bit early personally, but we'll see. Oh, I agree with you. I mean, also with Max 4-tick target. Yeah, 4 ticks is, you know, don't get me wrong, even a bad trade sometimes will go for 4 ticks. But in today's markets, you're going to get battered. You know, if you take a 6-point risk, if you win 6 trades in a row and lose the 7th with commissions, you're in the red. Yeah, there may be a channel up. It's possible a spiking channel. I have one straight from the bottom. Yeah, I've kind of had a look. I could be one there with 2 pushes to a new high. I'm not a fan of that for some reason. It just kind of doesn't... Something about it I don't like. Just having a look at the chart, see if anybody else... Thomas Wade's got that with a break. And there's not much charts. This is Dan, so he's got that on a break. So I'm just a bit unsure what I think the market's doing at the moment. This to me looks kind of rangy. We're not quite at the tops yet. So I'm tempted to leave that at the moment and just put this. No, I'm not even sure about that. Break, 2 pushes to a new high. See that second entry long there, which, well, technically it should have broken below there, but it's clearly 2 legs back and a push up. It never got far. So this is losing some momentum. It's been losing momentum all day whenever we've been trying to push up. Would you keep testing the tool for that open orders? Yeah, I was playing around with it last night and I was playing around with it this morning. I like it, actually. In fact, he messaged me earlier. He's releasing some drawing tools as well. So he's quite a clever little guy, Jan is. He's got some really interesting stuff coming out. So he may be carving himself a new career there. But yeah, I'm going to have a play around with it again over the next couple of days. And then what I might do the beginning of next week is use it. I can't see any major issues with it, to be honest with you. I don't think it's something very technical. I think it's quite straightforward. Now, I'm not saying it was easy for him to develop, but there's not kind of a lot to it, so I can't see that much is going to go wrong. But I am just going to have a play around with it. And what I might do is just have a go on some micros with it when I first try it, just to check everything seems to flow well with Replicanto. Very, yeah, absolutely. It's just quick. The trouble is, going like that, right-clicking and doing
Order
that
submitted.
can be a bit long-winded if things are, sometimes you can
canceled.
miss things and all of a sudden something becomes clear. So, not only that, if I'm waiting for a trade here, having this
Order
set
submitted.
here, sometimes, if, I don't know, your internet freezes or something like that, I tend to not like having orders sat there for long periods of time.
Order
But with
canceled.
that, click, click, and you're in literally less than a second. So you don't necessarily, need orders, kind of sat there, possibly waiting for something to go wrong with them. But yeah, it's kind of nice and simple, and that's what I like. Okay, so yeah, it's a bit unclear here. Floating order is not chat. Absolutely. Yes, you described that really well. It is. It's just almost there within clicking. Yeah, it's like having an order without having it's having an order there floating, but technically it doesn't do nothing until you click the button. But doing that sometimes, and you know what it's like sometimes if you right click like there, you've got to do it a couple of times. There is a lower high there. I'd expect that to stop that out. But I'd take it because it's above that EMA and it may trigger and push up. But put it this way, I wouldn't want to be in that trade now. I wouldn't want to be in that long, but I don't think there's many points to there, is there? There's 2 points at a squeeze. But they're kind of on this. They're kind of almost looks like a trend down. So maybe it's not as bad as I thought. Trouble is, it's 17 ticks. It's a little bit congested there. I think it'd probably go below there, so you may get 0.5 out of it, which is still worth taking, I think, sometimes. But it's a little bit congested here, so you just never know. Price is still holding slightly above that EMA, so this may come down, trap some shorts. My gut feeling is it's probably going to take that out. It has, yeah, so maybe just riding it to there. If you can get in there on a limit order on the close, you'll get 2 points to the stop. So my gut feeling was probably going to do that, but it's just a bit unclear where things are going at the moment for me. You know, have we topped off here? Is this now on its way down? I'm not so sure. Short to 65. So I've just brought that down to there because it's sitting on that midline. So that did work. It is a little bit congested there. If I was going to take that, it's 17 ticks, so I don't really want to do that just for that little move there, but I did expect it to stop that out because you're bound to have some people buying there. As soon as you get that, pretty much it's going to get stopped out. And hold to 60. I mean, this is clearly struggling to get up, so I wouldn't be surprised if this now finds a second leg down. I wouldn't be surprised. We kind of did the same yesterday, didn't we? We just couldn't really get down. This thing just didn't look like a reversal. It's just struggling, and then obviously it took over, so we may end up kind of getting the same thing. Leg and a leg. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be a quick second. Right, let's just drop that a tiny touch. It's fitting nice on that midline, so I think that's a two-tiered channel. So I'm good with that, I think. So we've come from the bottom to the top, so I think we're coming down. Hopefully we have a couple more attempts or a second entry short here to take us test the lows again, hopefully. So, a couple of legs up, short here possibly. So leg down and something like that would be nice. Couple of legs up, maybe test this midline, test this bit of support here, and then give us something short possibly. Let's see if it does. May just come careering down, who knows. Ghost in the drawer is back. It might be my little puppy. You doing? You making drawers move, are you? Hey, hey, come on then. Come on then. Come on then. Come on. Come on. Up. Come on. Up. Come on then. No, I didn't want it here. So Dan took that trade there. He had his order down here. Yeah, that kind of doesn't look bad, does it? Lower high doesn't look so bad now. Two red can lost a 55 short. So Daniel has got that. That with a break, 2 pushes to a new low. So is this likely to go up to there? Possibly. I wouldn't take it though, because it might not. If you got a higher low, I may have a go at that because channel break, 2 pushes to a new low. I expect that to get back, but I'm not risking 21 ticks hoping it's going to, especially on that. Part of the reason why I thought it may do as well, because we were up to bar 3 there, so I thought we've got 3 bars, so it's likely going to hit that. Damn it. Oh, I hate that when I do that. I've lost it in the middle. Oh, why do I do that? Idiot. Can somebody tell me how to move this chart here? I've got rid of the top there. I can't move it. Still 6 point. I'm guessing you haven't rolled over yet. How do I do this again? Is it the Windows tab and drag it? Or arrow it? Where's it gone? Oh, it's gone. I don't know where it is there. Where's it gone? Yeah, I'm guessing. Just have a check. I've rolled over to the 6. So look at your top left. Just check you've rolled over because I have. Can somebody help me out a sec here? I've dropped this chart. I can't see the space bar at the top to move it. How do I move it? I've done this before. I've been told before, but I can't think. I hate it when it does that. I can't move it because I've moved the top up and I can't move the damn thing. Right click and maximize on the toolbar. Right click. Maximize. Toolbar. I'm not sure what you mean, bud. Windows toolbar. Ah, brilliant. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that. I've asked before about 3 or 4 times over the last few years, but I keep forgetting. It's frustrating, isn't it? Yeah, got you. Super. Okay, this is pretty much ranging, isn't it, really? So what I'm going to do is put that there because we've had a small break there and a small break there. So that's interesting. Yeah, you know, sometimes if you move a chart and you move the top section in between your windows and you can't move it, So right click and maximize. I remember that one until it happens again, of course. Example go long right now. The trouble is we may have a bit of an overshoot. I won't be surprised if this has a pullback before it pushes higher, if it does, which I think it possibly will. So that's an example of what not to do. Trouble is, yeah, it's a big full bar, but it's a little bit above there. So there's a small overshoot. So I expect pull back a little bit. I'd like maybe a couple of legs down, or at least a pull back to here somewhere before we push higher if we do. There is kind of like a second entry short on here, but it's sideways now. Granted, there's probably going to be some stops above here, but sideways isn't too far for that EMA, so there's nothing I can do, unfortunately. It may work, but it's completely congested. Well, it's clearly congested there, so it hasn't triggered anyway. So is this going to go up for a second leg? Possibly. I'd expect it to come down a little bit further before it does, if it does. I think there's a good chance we get a second leg down here eventually, because we have tried multiple times to get up, and it's not having none of it. I think it's likely going to stop out of that anyway. I was very tempted to take that there. Second entry longs triggered. I'd have preferred to come down a little bit further, but I very nearly jumped in there. It was only 6 ticks. I don't think it was a bad trade at all. It clearly worked comfortably. Yes, if you had gone there, you'd have been screwed. Ah. Might be one of those days today. Okay, so a couple of legs up by the looks of things. So we've been ranging for bloody ages now, haven't we? When was this? Market officially opened here. No, tell a lie. It's back here. Yeah, I mean, well, let's say from there, so to 3 hours we've been doing this. Is that about right? Yeah. I'll tell you what, let me have a look at the 10,000 tick chart. That might clear a lot of this up. Not as much as I'd hoped. So we got this big leg down, 2 pushes up and a new low. It's just hard to say at the moment, isn't it? It's just not much clear on here. I thought it may be a little bit clear, but it's not really. Seem to be finding some support there. Whoa. What is causing that? Something's happening here. Someone said something. Uh-oh. What's Trump doing? Some strong buying off there. Whether that's got anything to do with that or not, I don't know. There is a higher low there, but is it going to push up? Your guess is as good as mine. Mm. $30 ticks that. Channel break, new high. See what happens here. Channel break, new high. Is that a triple test? It's 18 ticks. It's not even finished yet. Yeah, it is. It's hard to know what to do here. We've had... we couldn't get up here. We've had a channel break new high. It's difficult, isn't it? So it's broken above there as well. So let's see what happens now. Increase the target. Yeah, agreed. Push down quick and then had some strong buy in there. So whether there was something in the news which caused that little bit of volatility which came in, I don't know, to be honest with you. Okay, excuse me just a second. So there, it has tested this area 3 times and it's just dropped. Trouble is, there's no real entry there, unfortunately. Yeah, just looking at that above my head now. That wasn't actually too bad there as a triple test. We'd had a channel with a break, 2 pushes to a new high. So, Okay, I've
Order
just taken
submitted.
a trade on my other chart. It's likely to stop this bar out.
Order filled.
Okay, it worked. Everything's closed. Why are some looking yellow? 3 are looking yellow because there's some things there I'll show you in a minute. Everything's shut. Let me just quickly disconnect and reconnect. I wasn't good on here, but I took on the 1,000 tick chart. It annoys me that some of 2 1/4 or something. I'll show you the trade in a sec. As soon as it eats back up, yeah, that's what I took there. All I was really interested in doing is break. These bars look completely different. That's strange. We've had these bars look different. We've had a channel up with the break, 2 pushing it, strong move down, little bit of a pullback. It was kind of, it is a second entry short technically, but what I like is a big bearish bar above all that. And it worked. I was only after a little bit just below there, just to get down to these lows here. But it did go down. It would have given me full whack, but I got out for let's just get rid of this. 61, 62, 63, 2.5 points. Is that about right? Oh, 2 3/4 points. I was just after breaking the lows there, that's all. So yeah, I didn't expect it to go super far really, but we've pushed up another triple test, so I think this is probably likely going to go down. There's a second entry long there which may fail. Let's see. So it was slightly more risky, but I think it was worth it. Just give me a tick off 3 points, so 2 3/4 points. Oh. Second entry long there. Where's this going to go? English, not my third language. I love it. I love it. You missed the S. Perfect. You couldn't have said that any better. You're a comical genius. English, not my third language. Perfect. Love it. Probably better than mine. Probably better than mine, actually. I'm glad I didn't hold on to that trade anyway. I thought it was worth a quick move, but that's it. Excuse me a sec. Okay, so I think I'm about done, guys. Let me have a look. 4 hours. It's a good day for me. So let's have a look. I wrote whatever. So what am I up? Just over $2,000, $2,100. That's what I love about having multiple accounts. And bearing in mind, I didn't trade one of my accounts because I'm waiting for a payment. So beautiful. So a good day all in all. Patience, not too bad. It wasn't the best trade in the world, but we had a channel down with a break. All I was expecting was a new low. My main concern was to get below that bar there because that is a bit vulnerable. So I got in here somewhere and it did what I expected. It had probably gotten a little bit lower than that. Probably got in there somewhere. But for me, this was going to push down, leg down, and just tap out that one. That's where I tend to pay attention to. Where's liquidity? And it did what it was supposed to. So I got in there for, was it 2 3/4 points, I think. So it broke below there. So yeah, once it broke below there, it giving me points. So that's all I'm interested in, really. Channel break, new high, bounce off this, but this to me looks like it may be getting a bit of legs to push up. It's hard to say. It may have 2 legs that may come up to it and may drop again. Who knows? Lance is unstoppable. Thank you, I appreciate that. Let's hope it lasts, eh? So there you go, folks. 4 hours today. It is, I do prefer trading this little bit earlier, but the clocks go forward in the UK in about another week, 10 days. So so there you go. So another good green day today. So I'm on a roll lately. It just goes to show you, if you do kind of wait. But I was listening to a trader the other day being interviewed, and he said, after a while you've been doing this, you almost get a sixth sense for it. You just kind of know what's going to work. Now, I found out earlier that Dan hasn't taken a losing trade since October. So it just goes to show, the more you do this, the better you get at it, and the more you kind of get in tune with the market and you know it, all its little kind of quirks. So it's quite a slow day today. You kind of got a bit patient, but it's just one of those days. We haven't had a day like this. I mean, it's been swinging wildly for a long time, hasn't it? Really, we've been getting big sweeping moves. You know, we had that slow kind of methodical, it just couldn't get any traction really down, could it? And then obviously at some point it took off. So there was a trade I'd have taken today, that one for sure. And you see these really good trends. We've got a channel down, 3 clear attempts to push up. And they just, if you get these good setups, they go. And just in that first initial push down, that went for a good amount. I mean, look at that. You know, you don't know it's going to go down. I'll be thinking about just 2 legs, but, you know, the potential, you know, for these triple tests, usually they push down and break these lows. So that one I marked because I thought it was a good setup, but it was pre-market. I couldn't trade it. Be nice to have more even. Yeah, it's the trouble is, in UK time now, it's what, 20 to 6. So it's usually tea time in the UK. Normally this would be 20 to 7. I wouldn't kind of be trading this late. That's the trouble is, when you only work a few hours a day, your wife's out at work more or less full time, and you're an ex-chef, you kind of end up doing the cooking. So this time usually people are sort of tapping on the door saying we're hungry. I try and remind them that I am earning a living, even though I only work 3 hours a day. But there you go. So another profitable day. It just goes to show, if you take your time, these accounts do sort of, they do kind of grow. So I'm up to a total of $36,000 in these accounts. Now I've had 12, 13, 14,000 off them. Maybe a touch more. So 36, 46. That would have been, if I wouldn't have taken anything, I'd have had over $50,000 in profits in these. So it just goes to show, it has taken more time, but I seem to to think that I had to rush to grow them. And it's surprising once they get up. The trouble is with the downside to prop firms, if there is a downside, compared to your own account. If you put $10,000 in your own account, and I wouldn't suggest that in the slightest, but if you did, straight away you've got money to make money. Whereas a prop firm, you start on zero. So you've got nothing to lose effectively. Once you have money, that's when you get into protection mode. So in those early days, while you're building those accounts, that's when that temptation is there to take a risk, because you're thinking, well, my account's only on $300. I'm not risking a huge amount. Now, obviously, it's not the right attitude to take, but as human beings, we kind of think that way, you know, and it takes time. But when your accounts do start to grow, you do get a lot more careful with them, and you kind of, you know, with my accounts now, I'm kind of into protection mode. You know, I've got 3 accounts just shy of 4,000. You know, so they're all coming of age now. So I kind of want to take it nice and steady, which is what I should have done from day one, really. But there you go, it happens. So I'm going to leave you guys to it. So it is Tuesday today. Yeah, so I'll be back tomorrow. If you carry on trading, best of luck to you. Have a great evening, and we'll catch up tomorrow. Bye for now.